A very warm welcome to you to Wuhan in China, the capital of the province of Hubei in central China. And today is day 7 of 8 of the 2012 Dongfeng Citroën BWF Thomas and Uber Cups. And of course today is the day of the final of the Uber Cup. Will it be gold or silver for Korea or China? 13,000 Wuhan Sports Gymnasia All-Cedar Center here, and it's filling up nicely. Much anticipation. 16 nations began the week in both the Uber and Thomas Cups, but now we're down to just 2. And as far as the hardest hitting in the women's concerned, well, Wang Xiaoli with just less than 240 kilometers per hour leading the way. She'll be in action in the women's doubles a little later. Fu Haifeng, of course, will be in action in tomorrow's Thomas Cup final, up to 290 kilometers per hour with one of his biggest smashes of the week. So this is how they got there. China coming through their quarterfinals against Germany. A few frights along the way, but very impressive in their semi-final win against Thailand. Korea, well, they were made to fight for it in the quarterfinals against Chinese Taipei. All went down to the final singles. But then again in the semi-final, impressive in their 3-0 victory over Japan. So it's a rerun, a rematch of the 2010 Uber Cup final from Kuala Lumpur, which of course was won by Korea, ending 12 years of domination from the Chinese ladies at the Uber Cup. Today, well, as the China coach Yi Longbo says, it's all about revenge. And here's the lineup: Wang Yihan against Sung Ji-hyun in the first women's singles, then the women's doubles. Following the women's singles world number 1, it's the women's doubles world number 1 pair of Woo and Wang against Kim and Ha, and Wang Xin against Bae Young-ju. Now all of those have met recently, and all 3 recently have been won by the Koreans. Then Zhao and Qian up against Jung and Kim, and the final women's singles, Lee Xie-ru up against Wang Yi-yun. Well, I'm Richard Kaufman. We're just waiting for the first players to come out. Great anticipation and excitement, not just from me in the crowd, but also from a lady who knows what it takes to win a Uber Cup medal, Jill Clark, alongside me.
Yes, it really is the ideal matchup. As you say, a rematch from 2 years ago. For China, well, this is their 15th Uber Cup and the 15th consecutive time they've been in the final. We're looking at our court officials. For Korea, not only defending champions, but the 7th appearance for them in the final of the Uber Cup. And what's interesting to me is that in both China and Korea teams, 4 players who played 2 years ago in the final are in the lineup again for today's final. So they'll all know each other very well. And as you say, China have been talking an awful lot about revenge.
Well, especially this young lady here, Wang Yihan, across the other end of the court, of course, for her in this first match is Sung Ji-hyun. She's been saying all week she wants to bring the cup back home, Wang Yihan, the world number 1, who, of course, 2 years ago went out in the first game against Wang Yihan and lost 23-21, 21-11. It set the tone for the match, of course. 3-1 the final scoreline in Kuala Lumpur, but now it's home soil. It's in China. Surely Wang Yihan has to go out there today and take this opening point.
Yes, I mean, but I can remember saying exactly that 2 years ago. You know, I looked up at the lineup in Kuala Lumpur and I said, China are going to win this. And Korea came up with the most magnificent result, magnificent performance from every single individual player. And as you've already mentioned, the first 3 matches that we've got in today's final, the last time that the singles players or doubles pairs met each other, it was the Koreans that won. So we know that they're capable. When you hold a trophy, I've never held a team trophy like this, lost in the final of the Uber Cup to China. But when you hold a trophy, you hold a title, it's very, very precious, and somehow it's even more difficult to let it go. It raises your spirits even more. So I think Korea, you know, of course they're the underdogs, but I think they might perhaps bring a few surprises.
Well, here's the world number 11, Wang Yihan. As you can see, she has faced a fair few tasks today, and then more so than against Tai Zhongying, which she was on court for more than an hour, but turned it around from a game down. The daughter of one of Korea's most famous badminton couples, and up against the world number 1 here in Wang Yihan. Just 3 matches she's lost this year, and she has been up and down in terms of her career. She's been world number 1, lost a place in the China team, lost that Hubei Cup, which really hit her hard, that singles match. And of course, experience of that final, but the lady at the other end also lost in the final. She was only an 18-year-old teenager at the time, Sung Ji-hyun, but she lost in her singles match against Wang Xin. There is Lee Yongbo, who has called it a permanent grief, this 2-year period, waiting for the chance to take on Korea once again, and came back that Hubei Cup. Now, that was their last meeting. It was at the Super Series finals at the end of 2011. Wang Yihan took the first game, but Sung Ji-hyun came back and won the next 2. It's the only time she's won in the 5 meetings previously, but the last one sticks in the memory most, doesn't it?
Yes, it certainly does, and I can remember watching that group match at the Super Series finals between these 2 players, and Sung Ji-hyun really was very impressive. And I have to say, the way she's played throughout this Hubei Cup campaign, she's looked very sharp, and she's really grown into the status of being the number 1 player of Korea. So I think this is going to be a very interesting match.
We're just waiting for our Swiss umpire, Eva Cassel, to announce the players here. Girish Natu of India is the service judge. Of course, these are nervous times, although Mr. Cassel looks rather laid back indeed, but nervous times for all the officials here. This is a big, big matchup, a much anticipated final. It's the one that everyone, certainly in China, wanted a chance to take on Korea.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Korea, represented by Sung Ji-hyun. And on my left, China, represented by Wang Yihan. Korea to serve. Love all. Play.
So can China take back the Hubei Cup? For Wang Yihan, revenge and redemption. Up against Sung Ji-hyun, and her first serve is long. Maybe a first sign of some early nerves.
Well, I think it'd be quite extraordinary if both these players weren't extremely nervous. We've been talking all week, haven't we, Richard, about the importance of the first match in a team competition.
Service over. 2-1.
Well, Sung Ji-hyun was almost born to be a badminton player. Her mother, Kim Yoon-ja, was the last player to win All England titles in both singles and in doubles. Her dad, Sung Han-kuk, was Korea's first men's singles star, won bronze at the Asian Games and the All England. Well, now here she is, first out against the world number 1, who just takes the 3rd point of the game.
Service over. 2-1.
There's that little skip up and down on the spot there. Clear sign that she's just trying to get rid of the nerves. It's a good smash, lots of power. She's a fine athlete. Here's the world champion, Wang Yihan. Tall athlete too, 178. It's about 5'10".
And she's had some interesting matchups so far, hasn't she, Wang Yihan? The comfort of taking on the South African Harrington in the first game. She only dropped 3 points in that, then struggled at times against Schnasser of Germany. But against Ratchanok, she was given a really tough run out against the young Thai girl. But really should have got a sharp ahead of this game. Well, she couldn't have hoped for a better start, could she, here, Wang Yihan?
No, and considering that at times she has shown herself to be a little bit of a nervy player, succumbs to some of the pressure on occasions, this will help settle the nerves. Absolutely vital for her that she got a good start, and indeed she has.
Well, she's been thinking about this match for 2 years. This is her chance to put all those woes behind her, individually for her, and of course for her teammates. This means so much. And somehow, for her opponent at the other end here, Sung Ji-hyun, she's got to get herself into this game. She's played one lovely winner earlier in the game, and it made it 1-1, but since then, she's been second best.
Service over. 2-6.
She says she has to be confident. She has to be patient, not fight too hard. She reckons it's the one who's going to have the better energy and can fight to the last point that will win the match. So as important as these early points are, she's here for the duration. Lovely interchange. Well left.
Service over. 7-2.
Wonderful way that Sung Ji-hyun turned defensive play into attack. We didn't see that shot on the replay there, but earlier on in the rally she'd driven the shuttle back. Now, I've mentioned several times recently, including the All England final, that I think that Wang Yihan has a bit of a weakness when you attack flat towards her left shoulder. She tries desperately to play the round the head shot rather than playing a backhand. If she reads it, she's fine, but if she's slightly late, she really does play herself into trouble. It's going wide. Yeah, taking more initiative now, Sung Ji-hyun.
4-7.
A little bit too passive, too reactive in the early rallies.
And now she's very much in the match.
5-7.
From 6-1 down to 7-5 down.
Well, another absolutely fantastic rally.
And it was the right idea from Sung, wasn't it, really, that shot? But just didn't quite apply it right. There's some nerves there as well, I'm sure. Such a strong China squad, isn't it? Only 2 players or pairings outside the world's top 4. All the women's singles in the team lineup are from the top 4 of the world. So much expectation.
Not only the top 4 in the world, but 5 players in the top 6 in the world in the women's singles. That's extraordinary strength in depth, isn't it?
Oh, the line judge there gave it out and then immediately changed his mind and gave it in. I think he got it right second time.
Yeah, so do I. As he indicated out, I was about to say never, but changed his mind. It's a nerve-wracking occasion for everybody.
Yeah,
All
and
court
credit to
officials.
him.
Yep.
He immediately changed. It wasn't a slow deliberation. It was an immediate change of mind. They're happy right now. Oh, fabulous.
Well, my heart missed a beat there, because when Wang Yihan was sent in the wrong direction, I wondered whether she twisted an ankle a little. But no, she's all right. Goodness me, we don't want another injury this week, do we?
No, Jim referring, of course, to the Peter Gator Lee Chong Wei match at the start of the week when the world #1 men's player hurt his ankle and, of course, played no further part here this week.
That's a wonderful, wonderful slice from Sung Ji-hyun. Played with disguise, forced to play the high backhand first of all. Wang Yihan, you know, a player's in trouble when they have to do that. But my goodness, that slice straight down the line had to be accurate, because otherwise the world champion would have reached it and been able to control it. Oh, brilliant. Incredible.
Well, we'll be giving a real treat here, aren't we? Look at that again. Gasp from the crowd here. Oh, magnificent. A wonderful end to a sensational point.
Well, there was a couple of times in that rally that I thought it was over before it was over. But the retrieving capabilities of both these players, absolutely extraordinary. But it's not that they just only get it back. They get it back with interest. Their racket head control is so good that even when they're taking it very late, very near to the ground, they can still play these wonderfully accurate net shots.
20 seconds. 20 seconds.
Well, much anticipated, and certainly so far not anticlimactic. Terrific start to this women's singles opening match in the Uber Cup final.
11-8.
11-8 the lead then for Wang Yihan. Took Sang Ji-hyun a little while to settle into the match, but she's very much there now, and these two are playing some terrific badminton.
Play.
Yeah, it was wide of the mark. Incredible.
Ridiculously good, some of the shots in that rally.
It's not only the quality of the shots, it's the pace of the rally as well.
38.
Not giving the opponent any time at all. Everything's played crisply, their movement has to be so quick. But it's quite interesting comparing these two players, the way that they move. Wang Yihan, a great athlete, very strong mover around the court, whereas Sang Ji-hyun, well, seems to be almost gliding around the court. Never really appears to be in a hurry.
Well, Wang Yihan has re-established that early 5-point lead.
Oh yes, very, very nice.
That is over.
When you're taking the shuttle early at the nets, you've got the options. Because you can flick it to the back. She did well to get up so quickly, but yeah, vulnerable then to the block. There's her father. There he is, giving instructions.
Became national coach, didn't he?
I missed that. What was he saying? That they've been too slow in between points? Or?
Exactly, yeah, just be ready to play when they should be.
it's interesting at the start of that rally, Zhang Jihyang really keeping her opponent deep in court. 3 or 4 clears deep into the backhand corner. And then when the attacking shot came, it was down the forehand side. Well, you don't get much better than that.
11-13.
Got Wang Yihan out of position. Slightly slow back to the base position in the center of the court, and that's when you go for your angled shot. Perfect tactics and perfect execution.
She's clawed it back again.
Yeah, lovely length.
Well,
Well, she's obviously decided that the majority of her clears to the back of the court should go down the backhand side. Another one that's nigh on perfect.
Well, what a time to put a run of 4 points in a row together here for Zhang Jihyang. And that's a great response.
Yeah, psychologically important for the world champion, not allowing her opponent to catch back up level, just keeping her nose in front.
Well, she's not been level since 1-1.
Service over. 13-14.
Well, there you go. For the first time in 26 points, Zhang Jihyang is on level terms.
Well, this is where it becomes really fascinating. How does Wang Yihan deal with the pressure? You've got a reputation as a little bit of a nervous player anyway. Here on the biggest stage of all, in front of home fans. Has she got the character?
Well, an insect adding to her problems right now.
Overdone it. Well, that to me was a nervous shot.
First time in the match, Korea are ahead. It's getting twitchy in the Chinese cap. wide. Some knowing looks now from Korea here. The impetus, the momentum has swung their way. Desperate times now. Digging deep, that's what Wang Yihan has to do. Blamed it on overconfidence 2 years ago in Kuala Lumpur. There certainly isn't overconfidence coming into this one. Nerves or just trying to force it too much there, Jill?
My interpretation is nerves. It's not just the Hubei Cup. We've talked about the fact that, you know, 5 players in the top 6 in the world, but as far as Olympics is concerned, China can basically choose 3 of their top 4. And no guarantee that the world #1 and world champion is going to be one of those 3.
As she found out at the Asian Games.
Exactly.
Well, this is incredible. From 13-8 up, she is now 18-14 down. There's some of the crowd here in China looking at one another thinking, haven't we been here before?
There's another unforced error. Well, 11 of 12 points going Korea's way.
Well, I mentioned how Wang Yihan was talking there about being patient, playing it to the last point. I think someone needs to have a word with Wang Yihan here about the same thing. Another one, well, I mean, that's not even close. And it brings up game points, 6 of them.
Yes, on a run of 8 straight points. Not supposed to be able to do that against a world champion.
12 out of 13.
Yep.
As you say, against the world #1, the world champion. Well, it was short, it was there to be taken, but Wang Yihan's put it in the net. And Sung Ji-hyun has got Korea off to the perfect start here. They've taken the opening game in the opening singles match. Crisis time for the world #1. From 13-8 up, she's lost that opening game 21-14. That's incredible. She's won it as well, though. We have to give Sung Ji-hyun a lot of credit. She was as good as her words, patient, playing to the last point, didn't panic.
Well, look at the overhead winners from Sung Ji-hyun, and I suggest most of those came from the second half of that first game. Hasn't served low yet, Sung Ji-hyun. All of her serves have been high. Yeah, we can't see it at the moment, but I can tell you that despite China nominating 2 coaches, Wang Yihan, who's talking to the nominated coaches at the moment, walked to the middle of the back of the court and was actually having a word with head coach Lee Yong-bo. That's not against the rules. He's not come on to court to give her instruction.
Well, what must be going through her mind? I mean, in some respect, you have to feel for her. I mean, all credit, and of course, it's again career want to win. But given what happened to Wang Yihan 2 years ago and what that meant individually to her in terms of a game, how it dropped, how she was dropped, you just really fear for her if she ends up losing this match individually. Of course, it doesn't mean if she loses the match, China lose it, but just on a purely individual terms, it will be heartbreaking for her.
Second game. Level. Play.
Well, we're going to see the character of Wang Yihan here. Can she turn around this awful end to that first game? Well, she's taken the first point. Just to remind you, she lost 13 of the last 14 points in game one. He's not giving anything away.
She has a very easy hitting style, doesn't she? First of all, the slice straight down the line, and then smashes across court. Very difficult to tell the difference. It's gone wide.
Well, no wonder they're smiling. It's all very well winning the Hubei Cup in Malaysia, ending 12 years of dominance, but to do it in China's own backyard, well, that's a different story altogether. It's just the start, and it proves that the prospects that we had for today's match look like they're going to come true. We're going to be in for a real treat here, a real battle. Change your racket, so little knock-up to check it's all good.
Final lift there from Wang Yihan. Very, very short. Look where Wang Yihan's feet are, just at the mid-court area. That's an indication of how deep the shuttle was, or lack of it. Oh, it's lovely.
Another approval from the young boat.
Oh, shuttle getting badly deflected by hitting the top of the tape before it went over.
Slice of luck for Wang Yihan there. What we're seeing as well, just bearing in mind what's coming up in a few months, is even though China have the top 4 places in the world rankings and 5 of the top 6, the women's singles at the Olympics is going to be wide open, because there's a number of other players as well who suddenly start fancying their chances against these Chinese ladies.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think women's singles that for so long has been dominated by Chinese players, I think of all 5 disciplines, this is possibly the one that's the most exciting. Just wide. Goodness me, there was a gap across court when you think that Sung Ji Hyun is only 20 years of age. You've got players like Tai Siu Ying, 17, Ratchanuk, 17.
She was fabulous.
Yep. I think that women's singles is a very, very exciting Olympiad ahead in the next 4-year period. Short. Oh, my goodness. That's an extraordinary shot. Cross between a reverse slice and a clip down. Finds the line. So steep and so crisp.
Well, she's desperately clinging in here, Wang Yihan, but the badminton from her opponent here is of the highest ability and highest order.
Yeah, I remember saying in the opening game, if you can play flat towards Wang Yihan's left shoulder, often produces a weak reply, and exactly that happened in that rally.
It's all very well knowing where the weak spot might be, but to have the game and the ability to have the accuracy to find it is another. But in the biggest setting here, the biggest staging, this young lady here is producing the goods. It really is. I mean, we use the word crisis, and of course it's only in a sporting context here, but for Wang Yihan, what is she going to do here? How does she change the way this game is? I mean, the way that her opponent did in that first game, how's she going to be able to turn this one around?
I'm not sure I know the answer to that, because quite frankly, the way that Sung Ji Hyun is playing at the moment, that last rally, she used all 4 corners of the court. She's making Wang Yihan work so hard, and Wang Yihan isn't getting any benefit out of it. She's not winning any points. So for Wang Yihan's mental approach, she's saying, well, here I am. I'm chasing down everything. I'm moving well, but I'm still not winning any points. Psychologically, that's very, very damaging.
Well, just another example of it here in this rally.
Yeah. Look at the amount difference in the movement from back to front. Well, she's missed that one. But Wang Yihan in that rally must have run twice as far as her opponent had to run.
And if she'd have pulled that one off, it was a winner.
Yeah.
There was no way Wang Yihan was getting to that if it was close to the line. Fortunately for the world number one, it did go wide, and she's picked up another point.
I think the only thing that I could suggest for Wang Yihan is to try and get into the net a little earlier and start playing some tight spinning net shots. Hasn't really exploited that so far in the match. There we go. Short lift. Brilliant lift. No, she's lifted again. No, but hit long.
Well, the fear that history might repeat itself. What they'd give for a turnaround here. The majority of this crowd inside this arena. Well judged again, it wasn't out by much.
I seem to recall in the opening game, Wang Yihan was playing net shots off her opponent's net shot, and in fact played a couple of outright winners from it. I haven't really seen her have the courage to do that so far in the second game. Especially given the drift. If you're dominating the front of the court, Wang Yihan, then there's a real prospect of your opponent in trying to lift the shuttle to the back, hitting long, hitting out, as she did in that last rally. That's it.
Crowd sensing maybe the pendulum might be swinging back the other way again. That's what they're hoping, at least.
That's clever.
Terrific angle on that shot. Taking 5 points in a row now as the world number one here. A desperate situation has turned into a retrievable one. Seven points in a row to go into the interval for Wang Yihan. And the mood has lifted inside the Wuhan Sports Arena.
Yeah, it certainly has, but without putting a dampener on it, this was the exact same scoreline at the mid-game interval in the opening game in favour of Wang Yihan. She couldn't convert, but I think undoubtedly the momentum is with the world champion. Look how subtle that wrist is, my goodness.
女士们、先生们，在比赛期间，为了保证比赛的正常进行，请关闭您的相机或手机的闪光灯。谢谢合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, during the games, please turn off the flash on your camera. Thank you.
女士们、先生们，为了保证比赛正常的进行，请您关闭。
21-14 that first game to Wang Yihan. 11-8 down though to Wang Yihan in this second game.
Well, Richard, I did just notice that one of the Chinese coaches, instead of going straight to the coaching chair, went to the back of the courts, had a word with Li Yongbo. Li Yongbo was giving him instruction, obviously to pass on to Wang Yihan. Oh, she took it. It's going wide.
Goes over. 9-11.
Another of those shots you were speaking about before to that left-hand shoulder.
That's good aggression from Wang Yihan. Following forward after the smash. Pressure from the net.
Service over. 11-12.
Clever.
Another superb point.
Wide.
Yeah, it is.
Service over. 13-11.
Excellent.
Service over. 12-13.
Two shots down to the Wang Yihan backhand, virtually the same place. Oh, that's lazy. don't know if she thought it was going to go out, but that shuttle had gone way past her. Talking about shoulder height.
Well, since the interval, it's Wang Yihan who's got herself back on top in this game. China in the 2012 Thomas and Uber Cup have yet to lose a single match. Right now, Wang Yihan is 7 points away from victory.
There we go.
Well, the brilliant lift she made, which was desperately clawing for them, and then to put off the winner like that at the end. I mean, what does Wang Yihan do here? Because she played the point excellent.
Yeah, and this is what I was saying in the opening game. You know, she's playing well, but she's getting no reward for it. You know, and Wang Yihan in that rally, how many shots to the back of the court? 7 or 8, or maybe even more than that. And then suddenly, when your opponent sort of feels, oh, well, there's going to be another clear coming, another push to the back, suddenly putting in the deception and the round the head shot, hitting down crispy, then that becomes the outright winner. But it was all the work before that that made that final shot so effective.
And suddenly the partisan crowd have gone a little quiet here. 5 points in a row at just the wrong moment for Wang Yihan, but the perfect timing as far as Wang Yihan's concerned.
Oh, yes.
Goes over. 14-16.
Well left. I think there's going to be a few fingernails bitten, a few nerves shred here this afternoon.
Oh, it's going wide.
Oh, it's
my
going
goodness.
out. Why does she play it? Well, this could be a hugely significant point. That was well wide, and that is long.
And she immediately after the rally turned and pointed to the line as if to say to her coach, was it going out?
Oh,
Well,
yes, it was. That's not the shot. That was well out, but it was almost going to the line at the side of the court.
Yeah, the doubles sideline.
And that was at 16-15.
Oh, What was I saying about net shots, playing tight, spinning net shots? If you've got the courage to do it.
Well, she needs something to happen fast here, Wang Yihan.
There we go.
Sensational. Now, 18-16. 3 more points required as far as Korea are concerned in this match. And we've talked all the time in the build-up to this game as it's been playing about the importance of this first point. Of course, Wang Yihan was on the end of a defeat 2 years ago, and look how significant that proved to be. You'd understand those worried looks.
Well, it just proves how much of sport is about character and nerve.
When she lost to Hubei, it was 23-21, 21-11. She's been leading at both intervals as well. I mean, it's going to hurt big time in so many ways for Wang Yihan, should this carry on as it is right now.
That's a good shot.
Victory's getting closer. Well, there's one or two in the crowd who are trying to get people sitting next to them going here, try and bring some belief back into this arena. Try and lift the world #1 on court. It's match points for Korea. Unbelievable. That takes some bravery, doesn't it? I mean, that was so close to landing in.
Yeah, not sure I would have had the nerve to leave that.
Few hearts in mouths there. She saved 2 game points. She needs to save another 2 at least here. Some stalling tactics here from Wang Yihan, just increasing the pressure on the shoulders if there wasn't enough already on Wang Yihan. It's been given out. 3 down, 1 to go. The victory celebrations have just been put on hold for a moment or two here for Korea. It's wide. She has saved 4 match points. Huge guts from Wang Yihan. Now, can she take the next 2?
Well, I can't help but think back to when Sung Jae-hyun played the quarter-final against Chinese Taipei. She was 2016 up in the second game and only eventually won it on her 8th game point. I don't count the Korean out yet.
2 clear points required. It's game point China. 5 points in a row when she desperately needed them.
And what was it that brought her that last point? The courage to play a tight spinning net shot off her opponent's net shot.
Despair and gloom has changed to ecstasy. Now can she make it 6 in a row? She can, you know. They're on their feet in Wuhan. It's 1 game all.
Well, I can see that Lee Yong-bo has also joined the 2 nominated coaches and is giving instruction. Now, this is against the rules of badminton. You can only nominate 2 coaches and they have to be nominated prior to the start of the match. Lee Yong-bo is busy giving his instruction now to Wang Yihan. The tournament referee is nearby, but they're not doing anything as yet.
Well, they are in discussion, but let's concentrate as well on the guts and the courage here of Wang Yihan. Let's remember that 2 years ago, she was left devastated by defeat, and here she was facing 4 match points. What does she do? Reel off 4 points to save them, and then another 2 to win the game in just over an hour. It's 1 game all.
Zhang Ning, double Olympic champion. Well, I would have thought that her experience would be sufficient to pass on to Wang Yihan. Well, maybe the rules have been changed. I don't know, but
well, there was certainly a lot of busying around going on there to speak to them, but obviously they've let it go on this occasion. Wang Yihan now being told to go on the court by Eva Gassel, but how the mood has changed, how the atmosphere inside this stadium. It's gone all so quiet. Everyone was in a sense of disbelief of, oh my goodness, here we go again, and suddenly the atmosphere has changed and belief is back as far as China is concerned.
Level. Play.
Well, talk about walking to the edge of the cliff and looking over the precipice, stepping back, still having the courage to play the game that was required. I don't think I've ever seen so much drama at the end of a game as we did there.
She's got to be bouncing now, hasn't she, Wang Yihan? She's got to feel like a completely different player. There's a spring in the step, there's a bounce in every jump. There's power, extra power now in each shot. As you say, if you can walk to the edge of the cliff and look over and still survive, and it just gives you that extra belief. Staring defeat in the face, and now perhaps victory's within her grasp. And conversely, what does that do to her opponent? That's given wide. That was extremely close. In fact, so close that Wang Yihan here has given this the evil stare. I think that was on the line. Difficult to tell from that camera angle. And it means that Wang Yihan has begun this third and decisive game with 3 straight points. Bear in mind, she ended the second with 6 straight points.
Yeah, I think you've made a very, very good point, Richard. It's not only taking that second game that has completely lifted the spirits of Wang Yihan. Wang Yihan now looking deflated. And the bubble has been burst.
Well, she's won her first point in 11. And now she has to regroup. Now she has to get back to playing the way she was.
Yeah, clever.
Well, what a start, eh? How many more twists and turns can there be in this?
Well, Wang Yihan wanted the shuttle changed. Umpire said no, he thought it was fine. Well, just to give an indication of the sheer quality of this match, it was exactly an hour for 2 games.
Serve hits the net, falls up short.
It's going wide. Oh my goodness, keep taking it.
Oh, incredible. Well, is she down and out? Thought she'd paid a winner and then saw it come back to her. Goodness me. Well, they were getting ready to celebrate. They really were. Knew that there were 4 match points. And that was only about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. As much as coaches, sports psychologists will all tell athletes, you know, if you've had opportunities, you've had match points and you don't convert, you've just got to forget that. Get on with the next game, concentrate at one point at a time. In all honesty, as an athlete, well, I struggle to do that. I don't see how you can not, at the back of your mind, in the subconscious, just dwell a little bit on the missed opportunities. Oh, that's called good.
Well, the momentum has swung one way, then the other. Is this an unstoppable swing this time as far as China and Wang Yihan are concerned? Every point is crucial. The first point seems more crucial, but when you've stared 4 match points against you, well, this would be a gigantic point for China in this Hubei Cup final.
Psychological battles now. A couple of discrepancies between the two players as to whether the shuttle should be changed or not.
Well, if the last hour and 10 minutes have taught us anything, don't try and predict anything here.
Well, there's more discussions going on about the shuttle as we were watching that final shot once again. That's nice. Just no spring in the legs from Sung Ji-hyun to react and move, push the lead leg out towards the shuttle. No, it's not surprising after an hour and 11 minutes.
I'm sure some energy was sapped by what happened at the end of that second game as well.
Plus, of course, the hour and 14 minutes she played against the Chinese Taipei #1 in the quarterfinal.
Another missed opportunity for Korea. Another winner for Wang Yihan. She's led at the interval in the previous 2 games. It looks like she's going to go into the interval leading here again.
Well, it was a miss-hit, but it was very effective. And that was a super shot. This one comes off the frame of the racket.
10.
11-6 to the interval lead this time. It's a healthy 5-point advantage for the Chinese #1 player.
请中国队的队鼓敲起来，让我们跟随着中国队的加油鼓声一起打节奏，为我们的中国队加油！
It's incredible, the transformation in body language, isn't it, now with Wang Yihan?
Well, of course, she's got to focus on the job at hand, likewise her opponent here, but there must be a sense of relief as much as anything from her that what seemed inevitable didn't actually happen. There wasn't that deja vu. She didn't lose in 2 straight games. She faced defeat again and this time overcame. Well, she said she wanted to bring the cup back home. Can she this time come out after the interval and produce the badminton she's capable of?
It's going wide. Yeah, this time she made the right decision. Going wide again.
Seven-point lead.
Service over. 7-13.
Well, it was from 8-13 adrift in the opening game that Sang Ji-hyun won an incredible 13 of the next 14 points. How she'd love to be able to do that again here.
Well, does lightning strike twice? Very rarely. It's short. And she's gone in for the kill here. Wang Yihan. There's going to be
Service over.
an acknowledgement, I think, that she's bound to tense up now as she gets closer here. Wang Yihan, surely it should only be natural to. It's a healthy advantage she has, though.
Yeah, you just sense that the Korean has to have a little run of points here, have any chance. But all credit to Wang Yihan.
She gave a big yell when this one went down.
Yeah, the tight spinning net shot forced the short lift, and then you can play your winner.
That's good. Give it out, actually. Beg your pardon. Oh, yeah, quite comfortably out. Well, suddenly the puzzled looks are in the Korean camp, aren't they?
Service over. 9-60.
What on earth has happened here? They must be thinking. Well, all week long, there's been some fairly predictable fare, hasn't there, at times? A lot of 5-0, 3-0 wins. But what's great about sport is its unpredictable nature, and there's been nothing predictable here so far. Well, she's picked up a couple of points here, Sung Ji-hyun. She needs a lot more than that, but it's a start.
Well, I think if she got only a couple more, it would start to make Wang Yihan really nervous, and we saw what happened when the nerves hit the Chinese world champion in the opening game. Yeah, that was superb. And again, just no reaction from Sung Ji-hyun.
Yeah, not even a desperate lunge.
No, just no explosive power left in the legs.
4 points from victory, Wang Yihan.
Great net shot, short. Yeah.
Service over.
All looks so simple, doesn't it, when you get in that first tight spinning net shot?
11-17.
That's wonderful control from the Korean.
It's long. Every point now. A little mini victory here for Wang Yihan. Getting closer to the finishing line. Keeping her opponent at arm's length.
What a good return of serve. Really positive. Rush the low serve. But is it too little, too late?
to herself. Keeping herself focused. Don't take your eye off the shuttle here until the final point is won. Not yet victory, but it's getting closer. And suddenly it's match points China. Well, you talk about the 3 R's. Relief, revenge, redemption. It's all in the hands of Wang Yihan here. From the brink of defeat, she now has the taste of victory in her mouth. And what a gigantic point this would be for China. She's done it! Would you believe it? Here's the Hubei Cup coming back to China. Well, Wang Yihan has somehow clawed a point for them here in the opening game. It took guts, determination, self-belief and no end of talent. Two years of hurt, the anguish, and now the joy and the relief of overcoming what seemed an unassailable situation at the end of that second game.
Well, I think I said early on, sport is about courage and character, and haven't we seen a very much more mature and a very much stronger character than we saw 2 years ago in the Hubei Cup final, because Wang Yihan saving those 4 match points. She didn't hold back. I remember the first one was a high serve from her opponent that was just a fraction long of the back line. And we both said at the time, what courage to leave that. It was what courage in general.
1 hour and 26 minutes of enthralling women's singles badminton. And it ends, as far as China are concerned, with that happy ending. The victory that looked so unlikely at the midway point. And there are the stats from that decisive third game. So China 1, Korea 0. That didn't look likely for a while, did it? But it is the scoreline here in this 2012 Dongfeng Citroën BWF Hubei Cup final. What we got next is another terrific prospect, isn't it? The women's double clash between Ouyang Wang Xieli against Ha Jung-yun and Kim Min-jung. Well, these women's number one has done the business. Can the world number one doubles pair pick up where she just left off? Again, it's another fascinating clash, this, Jill, as we wait for the players to arrive. The seemingly indestructible Wang against a Korean pair that have managed the impossible or the unlikely.
Yes, they have. They're the only non-Chinese pair ever to have beaten Yang and Wang Xiaoli. So, yes, there was every hope, given what's happened in the opening match. Is it likely? It's possible. Definitely possible. I think what's interesting to me is both Kim and Ha were instrumental in Korea's victory 2 years ago over China in the Hubei Cup final, but with different partners. They both won their doubles 2 years ago. Can they win today? Well, for Yu Yang and Wang Xiaoli, they too both played 2 years ago in the final, but again with different partners, and they both lost. So does the psychology of the Chinese players, having lost both their doubles 2 years ago, play on their minds for this match? It's all a whole mix of emotions.
Now do we look at it after what's happened in that opening game and say, well, hold on a second here. If she can do it, and she can do it from where she was, given our form, given our almost invincibility, you know, that's a huge morale booster. It has lessened the intensity and the pressure, I think, on Wang and Wang Xiaoli, what's just been achieved by Wang Yihan.
Definitely. It has lessened the pressure. Also, I think the way that Wang Xiaoli and Yu Yang played in the All England final when they lost to their teammates, who are now playing number two, pair here in the Chinese team, I thought they didn't look particularly good shape. I thought they looked mentally a little bit frail at times. But all that will be put aside now that they've seen Wang Yihan come back from the brink of defeat and save those 4 match points and actually take the victory. Steen Petersen, the head Danish coach, former head Danish coach, and I've been talking so much about the influence this week on the opening match and how it sets the tone for the rest of the competition. Of course, teams can come back. We've seen it already in this year's competition. But in the final, when you're playing against the host nation, who are favourites, I think the influence of what's just happened may be significant.
Well, here come the world number one pairing. Wu Yang there, led out by Wang Xiaoli. They have an incredible record. Only one pair from outside China have beaten them, and here they come. Yeah, Kim Min-jung and Ha Jung-yun. Partnership that was split, as Jill was saying, for the 2010 Hubei Cup. Both won, though. The umpire tossing the corner is Wolfgang Lunt of France. Well, they've met a number of times, these 4 players. What are they going to serve up for us here? It's hard to think that anything's going to beat what we just saw in the women's singles, but you don't know. So again, has all the prospect of a delicious matchup.
Well, I think you're absolutely right, and in all honesty, that's what you expect from the world number 1 against the world number 3 ranked pair. You expect a good, exciting match.
Yeah, runners-up in the Malaysian Super Series, Korean Super Series at the start of the year. Semi-finalists at the All England. Jung-yun, part of that doubles pair that actually sealed the Yuba Cup in 2010. It was a victory alongside Lee Kyung-won, and that beat Dong Jin and of course Young, who's at the other end of the court. That made it 3-1.
Well, the only surprise from the Korean pair so far was their loss to the former world number 1s, Chen Wen-sing and Chen Yu-chin from Taipei.
Given a bit of a test as well by Fuji and Kakawa in the semi-final a couple of days ago.
Yeah, that was a great match, wasn't it? Badminton of the very highest quality. But the Olympic champion, Yu Young, the 26-year-old from Liaoning Province, well, vastly experienced.
4 years younger, Wang Xiaoli. They've, after an incredible 11 victories in 2011, they, I suppose in comparison, haven't had as good a start to 2012. It's always going to be hard to beat that. And as you can see, they were taking 3 games by Nelter and Hedrich, the Germans, in the quarterfinals. A scratch pairing. But they were excellent in the semi-final. World champions. And there's got to be a feeling of relief, if nothing else, from the Chinese coaching staff here. Of course, they know that's only one part of the equation done. And this final is far from done and dusted by any stretch of the imagination. But there's the encouragement for the Korean pair. They did win in their last meeting at the Korea Open at the start of the year in 3 games.
Yeah, it was the semi-final stage, but I think I have to make mention of the fact that in Korea, an awful lot of the players were talking about how slow the shuttles were. And I think that very much affected the Chinese, who love to attack. They weren't getting through their attacking play. And of course, the Koreans are known for the quality of their defense. So the slower shuttles really suited this Korean pair on that occasion.
And it has to remember they have met 7 times in just over a year. Yes, the Korean pair did win that last occasion. The previous 6 won by Yu Yang and Wang Xiaoli. In fact, the time before that, they met twice at the Super Series finals at the end of the year, and both times the Chinese pair won pretty comprehensively. There is the umpire then, Wolfgang Lund.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is on our right, Korea, represented by Kim Min-yoon and Ha Young-un. And on my left, China, represented by Yuan Wang Xiaoli. Korean serve, Kim Min-yoon to Wang Xiaoli, level, play.
Well, it's been a fantastic Yuba Cup final already. What are we going to get from this clash between the world number 1 and world number 3 women's double pairs? First point goes China's way.
Yeah, right on the line.
seems to have picked up where Wang Yihan left off.
Yes, I really do think that Wang Xiaoli and Yu Yang are a women's doubles pair that can take this discipline to a whole new level. A very attacking pair, as we've seen already. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if Wang Xiaoli produces the fastest smash of the tournament. She already holds that record at the moment, but I wouldn't be at all surprised to see her break that record in today's final. Oh, service fault called.
That's one way to stop the run, isn't it?
Struck above the waist, says Elaine Kong, a service judge from the United States of America. She's been struggling with her serve, has Hart. Yep, throws in the flick. No confidence on the low serve. It's going to go wide. Ooh, number of players. I wonder if it's partly nerves. That they all know about the drift in this arena. It's not only a lengthways drift, but also sideways. And the drift moving as we look down on the court from right to left. There we go, that's taken by the drift. Oh, Yu Yang just having a word with the service judge, and the umpire very quick to say, don't try and influence the service judge.
Well, it's been very convincing so far, hasn't it, from Yu Yang and Wang Xiaoli. Oh, the mood would have been different, of course, had Korea taken that opening point. The Chinese players build the rally so well, work for each other. The one at the back is always smashing in a place that can get her partner involved at the front of the court. So often they use the channel attack in between their two opponents down the centre of the court. Oh, quick onto that. And I think the Koreans, if they're going to have any hope of winning this, have got to be on the attack a little bit more than they have been so far in these early stages. That rally should give them encouragement to use that tactic. Well, it's a pretty emphatic start, wasn't it, from Wu and Wang, but Kim and Ha here got themselves back into the match.
Good rally. Yeah, they're keeping it on Yihan. It's wide. Yeah, interesting. I had real question marks about Yihan at the All England and her fitness levels.
There was certainly a targeting there, wasn't there? At least 80% of their shots in that rally went towards Wuhan.
Well, having been 5 points adrift, having lost the first 5 points of the match, now back level. Oh, there was another one going wide. Yeah, they don't feel threatened by Yihan at the back of the court. Yeah, definitely targeting her.
You keeping count here, Joe?
Unfortunately not. It's probably the longest rally of the tournament so far. Men or women.
Put the kettle on, will you? Where will it end? 8 points all.
As soon as Wang Xiaoli got to the back of the court and used her power smash and smashed down the centre of the court, it involved the net player and they could finish off the rally. Yihan is just not a threat from the back of the court, and that's why the Koreans are intent on trying to keep her there. That tactic broke down in the end, but it's quite clear what the Koreans are trying to do.
And credit to them, they're playing out the tactic as well, aren't they? You know,
Yep.
they've got a plan and they're using it.
Oh, that's so clever. Kim Min-jung saw the gap across court. Beautiful.
9, 10.
Well, it's serving up another treat so far, isn't it, this women's doubles? Oh, an intriguing first part of the match. China are off to a flyer. Korea very much getting themselves back into things.
It's interesting because I think the longer the rallies are and the longer the match is in progress, the more I favour the Koreans, despite the fact that the Koreans in their quarter-final had 3 games, 57 minutes, and then their semi-final against the Japanese pair Fuji and Kakiwa, 1 hour and 24 minutes. So they've been on court a lot longer than their opponents. So in theory, should be more fatigued, but I still favour them. If this went the full distance, went to 3 games, and the longer they can work, especially Yu Young at the back of the court, the more I favour the Koreans.
Young, please get back on court. 11, 9, play.
Oh, super. What a rally.
It's mesmeric, isn't it?
Brilliant. Well, greeted by absolute silence from the crowd, apart from their Korean teammates. But the way that Ha and Kim worked that rally, built it patiently. That was absolutely superb.
10, 11.
Wrong call. Well in.
12, 10.
And there's another one dropped on the back line. Ooh,
13, 10.
did it?
Here we go again.
Yeah. Wang Xiaoli's smash from the back of the court, the deciding factor.
Not up there with her fastest, but pretty good nonetheless. Well, they're fighting hard here, this Korean duo, but always been behind. It's a fabulous pairing, isn't it? 20 tournaments, 19 finals, 14 titles for Wang Xiaoli and Hu Yang. No wonder there's a lot of faith in them here to take the second point for China.
40-10.
That's well in. Bad misjudgment there from Wang Xiaoli.
11-14.
Oh my goodness. What a net exchange.
But they've got to try and get them out of position again, haven't they, here? Kim and Hart try and get Hu Yang at the back of the court.
Yeah, she's very dangerous at the net area. That's nice. Kang Hyun-jin approving of that.
Well, they got it to 8 points all, but since then it's been Hu and Wang dominating proceedings. No one's getting carried away with themselves just yet here, but there's a feeling of optimism in the Chinese camp, a sense of anguish in the Korean one.
12-16 left.
It really is such a good smash from Wang Xiaoli. Time and time again, power with precision. Well, I'm just informed by my colleague that that was 2:40. That's the fastest of the tournament so far by a woman.
And that's followed with the ace. right on the line.
She doesn't really, I said earlier, she's not a threat at the back of the court, Yu Yang. She doesn't really do anything to hurt opponents, does she? She's just very, very patient. Quite content just to place half smashes or drop shots, not wasting too much energy and waiting for the opportunity to get forward.
19.
When they're in those rallies and you're keeping an eye on the shot, it's almost hypnotic, isn't it?
Sorry, so hard. 13, 19.
That's clever. Yeah, she is again. Just keep it going. Another drop shot. And again. I don't think she's hit more than 2 or 3 smashes all match, Yu Yang, from the back of the court.
Now the crowd are thinking this one's going to go on forever. I think this one beats the last rally that was going on
There's
forever.
a smash. And another.
Who blinks first? It was Yu Yang, and she put it wide.
19.
It's hard work out there, I'll tell you. It's hot, and they're playing big points.
Yes, long, long rallies. And tactically, the Koreans, quite obvious, work Yu Yang. Not a threat from the back, keep her at the back. And as happened in that last rally, eventually she made the error. Kim Moon-soo on the right. First ever Olympic champion in the men's doubles, of course, with Park Ju-bong.
14-19.
Oh, it was the right idea by Kim Min-jung. There was a huge gap on the straight block. Look, Wang Xiaoli is so desperate to try and get out from the net position, go to the back of the court to help her partner.
But that shot into the net does mean it's game points here for China. One match up. Now they're about to go a game up.
20, game point 15.
It's going well for China now, isn't it? The women's doubles pairing of Wang Xiaoli and Yu Yang taking that first game 21-15. There was enough encouragement in that opening game for Ha and Kim to go into the second game. Some of their tactics did come off, but obviously want to keep her away from the net and keep Wang Xiaoli away from the baseline. Some incredibly long rallies.
Yeah, the length of the rally is absolutely extraordinary, and it's high quality stuff too. Well, I should think most of those overhead winners came from Wang Xiaoli. 240. That really is phenomenal. That's 149 miles per hour. Well, it wasn't that long ago that was equal to the fastest ever men's tennis serve, Andy Roddick. And that's been overtaken earlier this month, actually. Second time it's been broken, because of course Ivo Karlovic held the record for a while, and just earlier this month in a second-tier event in Busan in South Korea, little-known Australian got the new record for tennis, male tennis player. Sam Groth. Here we are. We have women smashing as quickly as the men can serve in tennis. What does that tell us about this sport?
Well, it's played at great pace and with some immense power as well. There's work to be done here still for Wu and Wang.
Second game, Lotto, play.
about you, Joe? What you feel in the crowd? There isn't that same tension there was same stage of the singles match. There's a real belief, I think, amongst everybody, and you can see it as well from the players themselves, that this is how they want it.
Indecision between the two Korean players, both leaving it for the other.
They're in formation, aren't they, here at the start of the second game? Of course, they took a 5-love lead at the start of the first.
Oh my goodness. Oh. No, I don't believe it. Oh,
brilliant.
Phenomenal. Well, the defensive play in that rally, although there was nothing defensive about the style of play, a reaction speed, just extraordinary.
How would you like to play it against these girls?
Oh, I wouldn't have stood a hope. Game's moved on. Although I wouldn't have minded the speed gun on my smash in my day. Like to give it a good old thump.
Better not get on the wrong side of you then. 222, that one from Yang. Dare I say, that's her fastest of the week.
Oh, that's lovely. Straight down the line. So accurate.
2-4. Five, 2. Service over. 3, 5.
Some rare shorter points here.
simply cannot afford to lift short to Wang Xiaoli. Oof.
Well, a couple of cheap points given away here by the Chinese pair. Gives Kim and Ha just a little bit of encouragement.
Oh, she's hit so many drop shots from the back of the court. Young. It's hard just encroaching in on the net, trying to anticipate that. If once she hit it with a bit more power. Oh, that's landed well in.
Well, they need to show some resilience here, don't they, Kim and Ha? I mean, they have picked up some points here, but most of the match here have come from errors from the Chinese pair. Need to try and get on the front foot again here. Oh, this match is slipping away from them. Hard to see the momentum of this game changing, isn't it?
It is a little bit difficult, I have to say, and I think that the longer that the players take in between rallies, the more that's going to give Yu Yang an opportunity to recover her breath. Oh, that's excellent play. Yeah.
11.
To me, I think Wang Xiaoli is quite clearly the best women's doubles player in world badminton. Not only the power, her racket skills, the ability to suddenly change direction on the defense. Well, to me, she's outstanding.
Well, it's a very nice advantage now for China. Not only a match up, a game up, 11-6 up in the second. And it's hard to see a way back in this one for Korea. And of course, if they fail to turn this one around, 2 down, is there any way back from that? Well, signs are all positive here for China. Scoreline makes pleasant reading from China. From their perspective here, but just got to stay focused, you think. Wang Yihan, and they should get the job done.
Everything on Yu Young again. Now Wang Xiaoli gets involved.
Well, China given a real frighting game, won the women's singles. It's all been fairly plain sailing here in the women's doubles.
Oh, what on earth happened there? Kim Min-jung didn't even react.
They look beaten at the moment, don't they? I don't know where the reignition's going to come from.
We just sort of feel that it has to be now or never as far as the Koreans are concerned, for their own belief that they can win. You just sense that they need 2 or 3 points right now. Yeah, well, that's one of them. Oh, yeah. Direction of the smash from Wang Xiaoli. Rare occasion. She didn't smash in the right place, but all credit to the Koreans who drove the shuttle back.
9-13.
If anything, the gap's getting wider now.
Rare smash from Yihan. The umpire, Wolfgang just pointing out that the Chinese players were in the wrong formation. And it's Wang Yihan to serve. Too much. Way too much.
Yeah, not the same energy though in the Korean applause of the points as there was about an hour or so ago.
No, that's very true. I think that's a very good observation from you. I think even the Korean teammates perhaps a little forlorn. Desperately trying the men's Thomas Cup team. Of course, will be in action tomorrow, trying to lift the spirits of the women.
It's fair to say there are higher hopes, well, there were coming into this match for the Korean Hubei Cup team than there were for the Thomas Cup team.
I think that's a very fair comment. Yes, good rally. Well worked once again by the world champions.
Synchronized badminton. Well, smiles and all relaxed now. There's some very different pictures earlier on this afternoon, weren't there?
It's still difficult to actually fathom how on earth Wang Yihan got out of that sticky situation, but she did.
I do get the feeling though that is the moment that the 2012 Hubei Cup will be remembered for. Of course,
Yeah.
there's still badminton to be played and you just never know, but you do get the feeling that will be the pivotal point.
Straight smash this time from Wang Yihan. And following forward to the nets. Here's the big power play. In she goes. I have to say, Yihan, a little bit static. But it didn't matter. Her partner had already won the point.
Three points from victory now, China. 3 points away from a 2-0 scoreline. It's out.
Good return.
Our match points have arrived, and China here are sizing up, getting their hands back on the Hubei Cup, aren't they? This point was a lot more comfortable. China 2 to the good, 2 down, 1 to go. Excellent performance from Yu Yang and Wang Xiaoli. The world #1 pairing have brushed aside Korea's best hit. Extremely convincing. Hugs all round.
Yeah, it really was a very polished performance, wasn't it? You know, it didn't matter how much pressure the Koreans put on Yu Yang. She was very patient, waited for the right opportunity. Wang Xiaoli, to me, absolutely outstanding. Power of her smashes, control on the defence.
Well, confirmation, 54 minutes it took, 21-15, 21-13. Pretty commanding performance from Yu Yang and Wang Xiaoli. Smash of 239 in that.
I think astonishing the number of flick serves from the Koreans. And we've talked all week about Hart not having any confidence on her low serve.
Wang Xiaoli and Yu Yang dishing out a few mementos as we look back at some of the highlights from that second match of this 2012 Hubei Cup. So confirmation, China 2, Korea 0 then after the first of the women's singles and women's double matches. Wang Xin can bring the cup home if she can beat Bai Yunju. Otherwise we'll be on to the next of the women's doubles and tensions will rise again. Wang Xin up against Bai Yunju. Another really close looking matchup.
Yes, it's the battle of the left-handers, isn't it? And I think as far as Wang Xin is concerned, I recall in the last Hubei Cup campaign, she was the only Chinese player that remained undefeated throughout the contest 2 years ago in Kuala Lumpur. In the final, she beat the now Korean #1, Sung Jae-hyung, in 3 games. playing against Bei Yongju. Well, Bei Yongju, as we talked earlier on, did win the last encounter between these two players. But then so did the first women's singles contest. It was the Korean who had won last time they played prior to this final, and the same with the women's doubles as well. So I guess that doesn't count for an awful lot, does it? I think the home fans here influencing proceedings, and on top of that, the Houdini escape by Wang Yihan in first women's singles has just lifted everybody.
Well, I don't think we can overplay that, because honestly, I'm sure it's come across on the television anyway, but the feeling of despair and deja vu of here we go again really engulfed this Wuhan Sports Arena. The look on the faces of the coaches, it all gone very, very quiet. Now there's the party atmosphere. Not only, of course, there's Wang Yihan won, but of course Yu Yang and Wang Xieli followed it up with another point, and they're ready to party. And you may be able to see it in the little glimmer of light that's just over there in the far corner on the court, but the Uber Cup just sits there, tantalising, watching over the show court here. And China know they're maybe within an hour of getting their hands back on it. 4 match points down, Wang Yihan. And she turned it around into a winning point. Sorry, Joe, you were going to say?
I was going to say, you know, I was thinking back to the final of the Uber Cup 2 years ago in Kuala Lumpur, and of course Bei Yongju was selected at third women's singles, but the whole match was over by then. She didn't have to play against Jiang Yangjiao. So her first experience of a Uber Cup final, and I'm wondering as well whether that might have an influence, because Wang Xin, of course, has experienced the big occasion. Yes, on the losing team, so it wasn't a good experience when she played in the Uber Cup final previously, but at least she's had that experience.
And she did win her match.
And she did win her match.
And now she has a wonderful opportunity here, whereas, of course, for Bei Yongju, it's a case of now, I've got to win to keep my team in with any kind of fighting chance. Wang Xin here has the chance for the ultimate glory in front of her home fans to hit the winning shot in the Uber Cup. What an opportunity that is to her.
Yeah, what a prospect. I mean, it's just it must be an absolutely thrilling feeling. I know that when I've played in team competitions, European Team Championships, Commonwealth Games, and I've been fortunate enough to be in the women's doubles or the mixed doubles that was the winning point, and I can tell you it's the most extraordinary feeling that you've won for your country, you've won within the match, and you know, it's even more elating, I think, than winning an individual tournament, because people are relying on you. You've not just done it for yourself, you've done it for your country, you've done it for your teammates, and it is, well, I can't really put it into words. It's just an extraordinary feeling.
Yeah, I think completely understandable. Well, the officials now are making their way out onto court for this third of the Uber Cup matches here. 5 rubbers in all, of course, but if China do take this one, there will no longer be the need for the final 2 matches. Can Bei Yongju keep Korean hopes alive, albeit right now they look very slim hopes? Well, she looks relaxed and happy enough, doesn't she, Wang Xin, as if she's aware of what's available to her here. This is far from a formality, though, up against Bei Yongju. They've got the world number 2 here up against the world number 13, although Bei Yongju has been as high as world number 5. She has lost at this Hubei Cup, though, has Bei Yunju. But as you were saying, Jill, not only is Wang Xin last time she was the only one left unbeaten, if she wins today, they'll all be unbeaten.
Yeah.
Let there be light. Umpire this time is Girish Nathu of India. Well, a lot heaps on the shoulders of this 21-year-old Korean. Wang Xin, as you say, 2 years ago, she was in the exact similar situation that Bei Yunju faces now. Lose and that's it.
Wang Xin, world ranking number 2, bronze medalist of 2011 World Championships, champion of 2011 Hong Kong Open, Denmark Open, and Singapore Open. Hai Yong-shu, world ranking number 13, runner-up of 2010 Malaysia Super Series. They have had competed 6 times, and Wang Xin won 5 matches. Ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy the match.
So Bei Yunju, as you were saying, Richard, number 13 in the world ranking, reached the final earlier this year in Australia. Lost out to another Chinese player. But it really was a big surprise in that quarterfinal, wasn't it, when she lost out to Pai Xiao Ma in 3 games.
She looked good, didn't she, against Arika Hirose, who also had lost her quarter-final match. Part of the Korean junior team that won the World Team Championship in 2006. So she knows what it takes to be part of a winning team. But here's the world number 2, who has done it all pretty comfortably. 32 minutes, the longest she's been on court against Porntip. She's really been full of confidence here this week, despite the fact that it's not really been all her way in 2012. She hasn't won since the Hong Kong tournament, back at the latter end of 2011, when she was on a run of 3 tournament wins in a row. And there we go, their 7th meeting this is, and apart from that one, Wang Xin has won them all. And again, it was at the Korea Open, where after taking the first game, Bei Yunju then hit back and took the next 2. She was 5th singles last time, Bei Yunju. She actually was very ill most of the week. She's kind of a bit part player in their win, hit by a fever.
Run, coach, looking a little bit nervous, isn't she? Korean coach.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Korea, represented by Bei Yunju. And on my left, China, represented by Wang Xin. China to serve, level, play.
China now firm favourites to win back the Hubei Cup. Are they going to do it in this match? Can Wang Xin get them over the finishing line here? It's a confident start.
Yes, the other thing that I think may be a deciding factor here, apart from the overall match situation, is the fact that Wang Xin has only played 3 matches, whereas her opponent has had to play all 4 matches in this Hubei Cup campaign. Of course, Wang Xin not selected, rested in the group match against Indonesia. Wang Shixian played in her place.
And whereas some of her teammates have had their struggles this week, Wang Xin hasn't.
No, she's looked very, very impressive indeed.
Have some of that. Well, Bay's off the mark. Be a bit of relief and the career cap. But she's really gone out here on the attack from the word go, hasn't she, Wang Xin? I mean, even the point that Bay won was from Wang trying to find the line with what would have been another winning point.
Yeah, and I think the little squeal at the end of the rally there from Wang Xin, very telling. And a little hop and a skip at the end of the rally as well. The whole body language is just oozing confidence.
Well, she was beaming as she walked out, wasn't she?
Service over. 2-5.
Someone hope he'll almost certainly be playing tomorrow.
You'd have thought so, yeah. Second singles, you'd have thought?
Yes. It's just a terrific angle, terrific disguise, and you're absolutely right by the coach's bench and the Chinese supporters. They're looking very relaxed now, all smiles.
And from a neutral perspective, which is where we sit, in some respects it's a shame that first singles match was full of drama, tension, momentum swings, everything you would want in terms of sporting drama, and you know, everything has to be given in terms of credit to these Chinese players, but all of that seems to have gone now, and there's a sense of a formality here now in Wuhan.
Yes, sadly, I think you're right.
Never say never, but
Yeah.
you can't see it, can you?
Well, there was a few Manchester City supporters at the end of the Premier League, last match of the season, who couldn't see it when their team were 2-1 down.
Some of them left the ground.
Exactly. So you're right, you never know. That's the beauty of sport.
Yeah. But this young lady here looks pretty focused on the job. Long this time.
Service over. 4-7.
She's, I suppose, in terms of the women's singles player, she's the elder statesman. It's 26, and she Wang Xin.
8-4.
If anyone's going to have experience here to deal with these pressures, you feel it's her. She's a player, Jill, isn't she, that has had her problems in her career, has had to go out and prove herself a few times.
Yeah, she had a very unfortunate injury when she first joined the National Training Centre. Wang Xin had a back injury, got sent back to her provincial team. It was only in 2009 when she was invited back to the National Training Centre again. Oh, yes.
Yeah, beat most of her teammates, so essentially you're in again, girl.
Yep.
And she's not been out since. And she's making this look pretty easy so far. Not looking good for Bei, and Wang Xin looks like she's on her way.
Well, it was a very ambitious backhand to attempt. And I suppose you might as well go for it. You're so far out of position.
I'm not sure what they're telling her, but personally I don't think they need to tell her very much at all.
No.
Well, the defending champion's career here. It was always going to be a tough ask to take the Hubei Cup trophy back with them across the LOC. Fair to say, in 2010 they played greater than the sum of their parts, made the most of a nervous China, and for a little while here this afternoon they looked like they were going to play on those nerves once again, but right now it couldn't really look much better for China.
What a good rally.
He deserves that ripple of applause. Just long in the end though from Wang Xin. Well played, Bei Yunju there.
Yeah, she took more initiative within the rally. And I wonder if her coach has been urging her to do that. It's just super disguise, isn't it? And super angle.
Almost a shock amongst the crowd that she actually made a mistake. go.
Yeah, tactically, Wang Xin is getting her opponent to take the shuttle from deep in her backhand corner, and then immediately is playing the fast attacking shot down to her forehand side, and time again, she's winning the rally with it.
Well, the engraver hasn't yet begun, but after all those earlier victories, those defeat to Korea in Kuala Lumpur hurt so much. They can put that behind them here this afternoon if they can just see this one through now, China. That long run, one in Hong Kong in '98, in Kuala Lumpur in 2000. Of course, it was hosted here in Guangzhou in 2002. Won it then, of course, in Jakarta in 2004, in Japan 2 years later, and then in Indonesia once again in 2008. Another excellent rally.
Oh, it's landed in. That is a super shot from Wang Xin, using the drift to her advantage. The cross-court clear, my goodness, she contorted her back to play that one.
She is relishing this, isn't she?
Yep.
Has the fight gone out of the Koreans here?
Interesting change of tactics there, using the body smash. Oh, that's so good. It really is. Her movement there. She's so nimble on her feet, isn't she? It's not just speed of movement, but...
I mean, the balance as well. How does she not fall on her backside playing that?
Oh, gorgeous.
Play bait. These are all consolation points really though, as far as at least this opening game is concerned.
Yeah, but I think it's important for Hei Young-ju to gain a little bit of confidence before the start of the second game. I suspect that this opening game is beyond her.
just wide as well, and game points have arrived in just 16 minutes of play here. And that's wide too. And that means that China now are just one winning game away from reclaiming the Hubei Cup. (21-10). The scoreline in favour of Wang Xin there. Didn't take long at all, did it?
Overhead winners, look at that.
13. So powerful, so accurate. Well, you don't want to write off Bai Yunju completely, but look at the way that her opponent is playing, and there's very little to encourage Bai Yunju, is there? I mean, is there anything tactically she could do here, Jill, to maybe try and force things?
Well, I mean, from looking at the statistics, you've got to try and stop Wang Xin hitting so many overhead winners, which means that you've got to give her less time at the back of the court. But when you see that sort of shot in replay, where, quite frankly, she had no right to be able to contort her back like that and still be able to play an attacking shot, because that was a punch clear. So, quite frankly, at the moment, Wang Xin is just playing so well. It is difficult to see what the Korean can do to stop her flow of points. I guess the only thing she can do is get on the attack first. But
try and play some more net shots, maybe?
Yep, indeed.
Level play.
So, is this the game that takes China to that winning mark of 3 points? You get the feeling it could be, you know.
Well, that's exactly all attacking shots in that rally from Bai Yunju. But physically, it's so demanding. She won't be afraid of the hard physical work, though. Well, the only problem is, unless she mixes it up a little bit, Wang Xin is just going to hunt the net as she did in that last rally. Perfection. You don't get any better than that. There's the punch clear from Wang Xin. Gets behind the next one. Straight down the line. Yet another overhead winner.
There's gold medals ready to be dished out.
Service over. 2-all. Service over.
Well, Wang Xin looks like she's going to be the one to win the cup back here for China, but the headlines will all be about Wang Yihan, won't they?
Definitely. I mean, can you imagine the different complexion on that women's doubles? Had China lost that opening singles, then all of a sudden the Koreans would have been very buoyant. And I thought before the start of this final that if Korea took the first singles, I thought they'd go 2-love up in the overall tie. Well, of course, the opposite has happened now. And all the momentum with China.
And all the pressure has gone, hitting the line again.
5-2.
Some remarkable shots here from Wang Xin. Look at that. Brilliant. How mobile is she? The writing is on the wall, isn't it? 6-2 in the second game. Wang Xin leads it. She's playing with a huge amount of freedom now.
You know, the last couple of shots that she's run, the last 2 rallies with Wang Xin, it's almost like a female version of Lin Dan, isn't it? Where she's stretching forward with that left arm, just guiding the shuttle or pressurizing.
Seven points in a row now she's taken. Wang Xin here. And the gap looks like it's an unassailable one. Surely no way back here for Bei. That one's wide though.
Service over. 3-9.
She's making it all look so simple, isn't she? Reading the game. There's the smash, is looking for the straight reply. And once again, rushes forward to the net to make the winning shot.
Bei not even coming close to celebrating any winning point now.
Service
11-4 at the interval. I think Graver might as well get ready.
Must be terribly, terribly difficult for the Korean coach. I mean, what do you say?
Yeah.
I mean, of course you can offer some tactical advice, but the whole atmosphere, you've already described it. You know, this arena is ready to celebrate a Chinese victory.
Yeah.
You know, so your opponent's playing so well. You know your team is 2-love down. Somehow you've got to try and lift the spirits, but in a way that's unrealistic. So I suppose, yeah, I suppose the only thing you can do is give some sound tactical advice.
Yeah, anything like, yeah, come on, you can do it, it's going to seem pretty hollow.
Yeah. Yeah, it was good too.
5-11. 5.
Yeah, right onto the line.
6-11.
Well, try and look at the body language of Bei Young-ju. Or maybe we won't see it now after that rally, showing her disappointment.
A couple of errors from Wang Xin. Not been too many from her, have there, in this match? In fact, there haven't been too many from her all week. Yes.
A real demonstration in that rally of singles tactics from Wang Xin. Used all 4 corners of the court, totally outmaneuvered her opponent.
Well, China and Chinese badminton, it dominates all the major titles. They're there or thereabouts. So losing this Hubei Cup 2 years ago hurt so bad, and of course the thing about it, of course, you have to wait another 2 years for the chance to put things right. Then of course when the nation of Korea is thrown at you for the final, well, you just want it that little bit more, and here they are on the verge of getting exactly what they want. Wide. And it looks like they're going to do it without losing a single match, Jill.
Looks highly probable that that will happen. And you have to applaud them if that is the situation and that does occur. Another error there, and it's becoming a little bit closer. But having said that, I mean, quite clearly China deserve, given their results throughout the year, they deserve those world titles you were talking about, and they've had to wait 2 years to try and win back the Hubei Cup. But I do think, I know I said so earlier, I do think that women's singles is going to be a very exciting time over the next 4 years.
Well, I think the Olympics this year is going to be exciting.
Yeah. I think one of the 3 Chinese players, whichever 3 are chosen to go to the Olympics, will have a very good chance of gold.
That was well left, wasn't it? Just got a body out of the way. Oh, that Hubei Cup, first held in 1956-57, named after former British women's badminton player Betty Hubei. Also known, of course, as the World Team Championship for women.
Oh, my word.
She's trying to do it in style, isn't she?
Well, you know, I just sense that there might be a bit of a revival here from Bei Youngju.
She's certainly playing better.
And I know this may sound odd, but I think as far as Wang Xin is concerned, the closer she gets to that moment where she could play the winning shot, perhaps the more nervous she will get, given the enormity of the situation here. I always say the hardest point is the last one.
She's played with great freedom, but now, of course, Bei can as well. No one really is expecting anything from her. And she's playing classy badminton. Wang Xin here.
Yeah, and I suspect that last rally has maybe just helped her nerves. A reaction afterwards, she raises her right arm aloft, a little punch to the crowd as if to say, yep, I'm still in there, I'm gonna do it. Just when I thought she was maybe having a bit of a wobble.
Yeah, actually, I don't think she is wobbling. I just think Bei has stepped up her play a bit, but I'm not sure if it's necessarily been nervy from Wang Xin. But you're right that, of course, the realization that she can play that winning shot gets closer. It's normal that she'll tense up a bit. I think she's trying to play the same shots, just all of them coming off. Not in the way they were in the first game and a half. 2 points in and out.
Oh, that is brilliant.
5 points. 5 points is all China now need. This Hubei Cup final is getting close to its conclusion.
Unbelievable. Shot of the match so far.
She's looking pretty irresistible, isn't she, Wang Xin? She is within touching distance of silverware for China. Almost there. China are on the brink. Two years they have waited for this moment. Many are on their feet now inside this stadium. It's long. They'll have to wait a few moments longer. Still 6 more match points. Most of the Chinese team now have converged together, ready to join in the inevitable celebrations here. And credit to Bei Yunju for prolonging the agony. Well, we've already seen one match where 4 match points were saved. Surely not here. It's out. Well. Not a bad time for Bei to pick up 3 points in a row, but she'll need another 4. Mission accomplished. China have won back the Hubei Cup. There are tears on the court from 1 or 2. It's been a real team effort from China. Wang Xin gets the winning point. Wang Yihan got the massive opening point. The best team in the world? Oh yes, they are.
No doubt about it, but I have to say, spare a thought for the Koreans who fought so bravely. And whilst it's completely natural that the Chinese players wanted to celebrate, Wang Xin only just going to thank the court officials, but a little too late, I'm afraid, to thank her opponent.
Well, it's a magical moment for her. Could all have been so different if Song Ji-hyun had taken one of those match points in that first of the women's singles. Lee Yongbo can get rid of that grief now. He can smile along with the rest of the China team here in the Hubei Cup. Redemption is theirs, revenge over Korea. So confirmation of that final game, just under 40 minutes. Wang Xin beating Bai Yunju 21-10, 21-16. Some of the stats there, more overhead winners. What's that, 24 in the match?
Look at her fastest smash as well, 2:39. It's only just under Wang Xiaoli's record today of 2:40.
Well, magical moments for the China team. I do take your point, Gio, about first of all going to your opponent, but I think just overwhelmed by the enormity here of what they have achieved. China 3, Korea 0. That's the final scoreline from the Wuhan Sports Arena for this Hubei Cup final. All the drama came early, didn't it? China ruthless in the end. No need for the final women's doubles or women's singles. Zhao Jian and Li Xiuru able just to join in on those celebrations that are still going on courtside right now. In fact, the games got shorter as they went on, just under an hour for the women's doubles. Hour and 26 minutes for the first of the women's singles and just 39 minutes for the third match. Well, what an afternoon we had. It was such an incredible first match between Wang Yihan and Song Ji-hyun. 22-20. She took the first game, Wang Yihan. 21-13 in the final. Incredible scenes there were in that first match. Just really didn't see a way she was going to get back in it, but she saved those 4 match points, and what a difference they made to the whole afternoon.
Tremendous difference, and I think that will perhaps stand her in very good stead for her future career. There's always been a question mark up until now because of her frailty in the last Hubei Cup final, but she's put all those doubts to bed now. She has proved herself beyond any doubt.
2016 she was down after losing the first game, 21-14, a game which she lost 13 of the last 14 points as well. She just looked down and out, and it gave the platform for Wu Yang and Wang Xiaoli to then get through in a match that produced some incredibly long rallies.
Yes, indeed, but I think that in the end, I think Yu Yang, who was absolutely brilliant at the net, but for me the player of the women's doubles was Wang Xiaoli. I have to say, I think Yu Yang perhaps looks a little fitter than she did during the All England Championships in March, and that perhaps extra training has paid dividends today.
Yeah, 21-15, 21-13 the scoreline in favour of China in the women's doubles, and then in the women's singles you knew it was going to be a tough ask for Bai Yunju, especially what gone before her. And well, Wang Xin came out smiling at the start. She was smiling even wider at the end.
Yeah, she played just about the perfect game, and I suspect that given the overall match situation, virtually impossible for Beiyangju playing here in China to stop the momentum, really, of the Chinese team.
Indeed, she couldn't stop it. 21-10, 21-16. That was the point that meant Li Yongbo and all of China could celebrate the Hubei Cup being back in China's hands. And, well, wonderful scenes for the host nation here in Wuhan. So that brings to a close the Hubei Cup for 2012. Of course, the medals are yet to be dished out, and of course the trophy itself, the prize presentation, should take place in the next 5-10 minutes or so. Don't worry, we'll be back here for that, but just for the time being, from Jill Clark and myself, Richard Kaufman, hopefully we'll be with you very shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, the awards ceremony for 2012 Dongfeng Citroën BWF World Cup Finals.
女士们、先生们，2012年东风雪铁龙尤伯杯世界羽毛球女子团体锦标赛颁奖仪式现在开始。
Please welcome the medalists.
有请获得尤伯杯赛前3名的运动队入场。
So the ceremony just about to get underway then. The Korea team, and now the Chinese team led by Li Yongbo getting ready to go and accept their medals. Well, there are a few frowns and grimaces early on this afternoon, but it's all smiles now for China. Of course, the bronze medals to be accepted for Thailand and for Japan as well. Of course, Jill, you know what it takes to be standing there for one of these, silver medal winner yourself.
Yeah, it's a very special moment, and I think especially for Thailand, their first ever medal in Uber Cup, it's going to be pretty special for them.
Well, here they are, Thailand and Japan getting the bronze medal, and as Jill says, first time in the semi-finals for Thailand. Thailand and Japan dispose of 3-0 in their semi-finals against China and Korea. Mr. Liu Fengyang dishes out the medals to these Japanese players.
Hiroshi just receiving her medal. Wonder if she'll be in another Uber Cup campaign. Mizuki Fuji, who had that wonderful women's doubles with her partner Reika Kakiwa in their semi-final. Push the Korean #1 pair the full distance. Sato, the #1 singles player, just received hers, and all the team playing their part throughout the week.
Well, as you say, a special moment this for Thailand. Medals are on their way. Just 5 nations have won the Uber Cup. China, of course, Japan, Indonesia, the United States of America. This is Torsten Berg, Vice President of the BWF.
The coaches, first of all, receiving their medals, and then the veteran Sara Lee Thongthongkam. So she's going to retire after the Olympic Games. Of course, she'll be participating in mixed doubles.
I'm going to see that young lady
We'll see a
a few
lot
more
more of
times
her.
in the Uber
Yeah.
Cup. Ratchanok-Intanon.
Duanganong Arunkison, part of the top doubles combination, along with the player just receiving her medal, Kunchela Vorovici Chaiko. Tanachai, well, she's very talented in both singles and doubles. And Borana Prasatsuk.
I think when she saw Wang Xin out there claiming that final point, she thought, I had a feeling that might be coming off the way she was disposed of couple of days ago.
Mr. Wang Yihan, Director of Wuhan Sports Bureau, to present the flowers.
Mr. Berg, congratulating everyone as well in the China team. And for the runners-up as well.
Let's welcome Mr. Zhou Yuan, Deputy Secretary General of Wuhan Municipal Government. Mr. Wang Yihan, Director of Wuhan Sports Bureau, to present the flowers.
下面有请武汉市人民政府副秘书长周伟元先生和武汉市区局局长王志四先生为获奖队颁发鲜花。
Mr. Zhu Yuan handing out the flowers to the players as well. Now Mr. Wang Yihan handing over the flowers to the Thai team. They have a lot of young, talented players, don't they, Thailand, particularly in the singles game. I think that's not going to be the last we see of them on the medal podium in Uber Cups to come. Well, you can't go home without a mascot, can you? Warm welcome as well for Mr. Peng Juning there from the crowd. You only get one of the mascots there, there's two of them, isn't there? Maybe someone else is going to hand out the second one. Ah, there he is. Mr. Yi walking. charge of delivering these ones. Gonna have a full suitcase, aren't they? So Japan and Thailand taking bronze in the 2012 BWF Hubei Cup.
Silver medalist, Team Korea.
Korea then this time have to settle for silver. Winners in 2010, but still smiling at the end of it all here in Wuhan.
The silver medals will be presented by Mr. Deputy President of BWF.
有请世界羽联第一副主席廖培善先生为获奖队颁发银牌。
So silver medals for the Korean coaching staff. Struggling for room up there, I think. How they would have loved to have gold medals again. Well, one or two bitterly disappointed faces there.
Sung Ji-hyun absolutely distraught.
Yeah, there were smiles elsewhere, but she unfortunately doesn't want that medal at all, does she?
Well, you win as a team and you lose as a team. You can't blame any individual.
And she put herself in that winning position as well.
Yeah, desperately difficult for her.
Mr. Faizan Rangsipo presented the medals. It's now Mr. Louis Changang to present the flowers. We know what's coming next, don't we? Well done, Korea. They've really played their part in this year's Hubei Cup, haven't they?
Yes, and when you consider that their quarter-final against Chinese Taipei all came down to the fifth match, and then to get through that, obviously, and then put up such a fight in today's final, they should be mighty proud of themselves.
This is the Deputy Mayor of Wuhan Municipal Government, Ms. Louis Yingzi, who's presenting the mascots. So Korea, the runners-up then in this Hubei Cup. So focus now on China. Champions again. Shaking hands with all the medalists here, the China team. Well, waving to all four corners of this arena and ready to receive those great gold medals they have worked so hard for and desperately craved after just silvers last time round in Kuala Lumpur. Their 12th Hubei Cup victory. Here come those gold medals. And it's going to be the president of the BWF, Dr. Kang Young-jung, who's going to be handing them over. There'll be a great feeling of relief as well as pride from this China team, from the coaching staff down to the players. Of course, the coaching staff still now have to make that decision of who to actually take to the Olympics as far as the women's singles are concerned, but one or two certainly have cemented their places with their performances here this week.
And certainly the woman receiving her medal just then, Wang Yihan. And I suspect that the selection for today's final is a bit of a giveaway as to who will indeed be selected for the Olympic Games. And the player receiving her medal is the player who, of course, is in doubt as far as women's singles is concerned. The number 3 ranked player in the world, Wang Yihan, only selected once throughout this Hubei Cup campaign.
Well, they've contested every final. They haven't won them all. 12 wins now to go with their 3 runners-up places in this, their 15th Hubei Cup.
Well, that's a pretty impressive record in itself, isn't it? Always in the final every time they've contested this event.
下面有请武汉市人民政府市长杭良智先生为获奖入围颁发鲜花。
So Mr. Tang Liangji, the mayor of Wuhan, presenting the flowers here. And I've just seen off screen there, but in the auditorium, the cup is on its way. Hubei Cup. China have been waiting 2 years to get their hands on. They're so used to lifting it, of course. 6 times in a row they won the Hubei Cup before arriving in Malaysia in 2010. Lee Yong-bo called it revenge time, and was pretty emphatic in the end, albeit with that nervous start.
Let's welcome Mr. Zhu Shou, General Manager of Dongfeng World, to present the next bout.
下面有请东风汽车集团总经理朱福寿先生为获奖队颁发吉祥物。
So Mr. Zhu Fushu, the general manager of Dongfeng Motor Group, who's going to hand out the mascots here to the China team now. And then Mr. or should I say Dr. Kang Yong-jun will be back to hand over the trophy itself. The 24th edition of this Hubei Cup. China now, of course, increasing their themselves as the country that's won most, 12 now. Japan has 5 wins, Indonesia and the USA 3 wins each. And Korea, of course, in 2010 with their only victory. First held in 1956. Originally 3-year intervals until 1984. When it merged in terms of where it was in the calendar with the Thomas Cup, and of course that's when China entered the fray as well, and haven't they been dominant since? Gold medal winners, Hubei Cup champions, once again, it's China.
The Hubei Cup will be presented by Dr. Kang Yang-jun, President of BWF.
女士们、先生们，下面有请世界羽联。
Well, that's what they've been wanting to get. The trophy named after Betty Hubei, the British women's badminton player. The president of the BWF ready to hand the trophy over to confirm China as champions. Li Yongbo gratefully receives. China have their hands once again on the Hubei Cup.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of People's Republic of China.
女士们、先生们，请全体起立，升中华人民共和国国旗，奏唱中华人民共和国国歌。
The Well, the trophy now handed around. Some grateful recipients there. You know, it's made all that more special, isn't it, Jill, by the fact that they did lose it 2 years ago, to actually get it back again now. And it's going to be hard to take it back off them, isn't it?
It certainly is, because there seems to be an endless line of new emerging talent coming from China, but I wouldn't say that they lost it last time. I'd say that Korea won it 2 years ago. They were absolutely superb. Couldn't match it today. I think home support played its part, and I think that the desire of the Chinese team here to get back the Uber Cup, you cannot question that one iota.
Photo time. This is what they wanted. So I'm sure they'll be celebrating tonight, and of course they'll be along here tomorrow to cheer on the men in the Thomas Cup tomorrow afternoon when they also take on Korea. I'm sure some of these photos will be adorning some of the papers wherever you are in the world. Yeah, hearty congratulations then to China, the winners of the 2012 Uber Cup. So it's all over to the men now tomorrow, Jill. The Uber Cup's in the hand of China. Any chance that it won't be in the hands of the men's in the Thomas Cup?
I can see a way that Korea can win. You know, if you look at all the players that potentially can play against each other, it's possible.
Well, we'll see. That's tomorrow afternoon. For now, though, it's congratulations to China, the champions at this year's Uber Cup.